Okay guys, we are ready for stream. Two tabling today. King 7 we gonna play. I think now it's good. Maybe a little more like this. Little more like this. Whoop. Okay, I think it's good now. Okay, we're gonna talk about every hand. We're gonna talk about every hand we play or we are in the middle of the hand. But even in the hands that we are not playing, we can comment it and see what they are doing. So let's see the hand. The guy called, flopped the nuts, and shoved the flop. Okay, folding there. King 9. I think we can open it. We can open it. I lost team stat name subscription. We're gonna check behind. 1/3 on the turn. We lost the subscription because they are not allowing anymore because of the restrictions to Russia. They don't allow any Skrill or Neteller, and now I just can't check out these players. So every information we get will be important. Everything will be important. So we're just gonna watch them how they play. We're gonna watch them how they play and everything. Okay. 3-betting. We're gonna bet 1/3. We don't know this player, so we're just gonna try to get information based on what we see. Okay, let's see the hand that played. So the guy 3-bet and this guy only called with jacks, and he didn't raise. Okay, he did raise with the jacks here. Okay, then the guy called, and I think it's safe to say that this guy's a fish, definitely. And this guy only called the 3-bet with jacks, which I think in these positions are standard play. Checking behind Queen 9. This guy is also probably a fish. King 6 deuce 4. I'm gonna fold it. Pocket force A7. We just need to now collect all the information we can get. Gonna open this. Let's see how the hand played. Okay. He didn't bet A7. Did he go 1/3 on the flop? I think he did. Yes, 1/3 on the flop. I think he can safely bet A7 there on the turn. Okay, so this was Spency, okay. Queen 8, open. Grapey is reg. We don't know if he's good or not, but he is the reg. King 6, we're gonna bet Queen 8 1/3 size. This is his fault to see bet on this sample. He needs to defend a lot of ace high hands. He needs to float some queen highs. I think we can bet the turn. We have two overcards. I'm not gonna bluff this queen high now. We can beat some 6 high hands, and I don't know, is he gonna like call ace 4 on the turn? So we don't know that information, and it's pretty big to know that something like that, and we don't know that because we don't have a sample on this guy. We just need to collect the information we can get. This is probably check on the flop and on the turn, I think. Let's see. Okay, he did use a small lead on the small step on the turn and big bet on the river. Okay. Jack 4, we are gonna fold. Okay. Jack 4. Yeah, we have multi-way pot. Let's see how the things will be played out. One fish, two regs. I assume maybe that this guy is reg, but it's not for sure. Interesting spot. Hey Ivan, I saw you the other day on Super Sport that you were crushing the field. I think it was before 3 days. Sevens, we're gonna three bet, no matter cutoff or button. I mean, this guy is tighter. This is his race first in stats from UTG 9%, middle position 10. So it seems really tight on almost 1k hands. This is his 3-bet big blind versus small blind 20%. It's a lot. This is pure call. We can mix some 4-bets, but not a lot. Basically like 90% of the call. This is his 3-bet versus the hero, but it's not a big sample, so we just don't know. So clear call. If he's using polarized range, which he should be using, you see he's not 3-betting like 5-7 suited. This is his calling range. He c-bets. This is his in 3-bet pots. He big blind versus small blind in 3-bet pots. He c-bets 2 of these 2 times. So we have clear call. He should be having here hands like king 8 off, king 7 off, ace 6 off, stuff like that. If he's using correct range, 8 jack off as a bluffs, like 8 7s plus for value. He should be mixing some ace jacks and king queen also as a call. So I think we can go with the defensive bet in this spot. I'll go 1/4. He's gonna have like 8s, 9s, 9s, 10s, but we can just use this size. I think this is pretty standard. We go for the defensive bet with 7s. I would do the same with hand like queen jack. So We can protect the range there. We can trap also with some hands like full houses with that size. Occasionally, hands like king, queen, queen, jack, queen, 10. We can go. We should be mixing all of that sizes. So if we are using that defensive bet on the river, we need to put it in all sizes, all type of hands. So we need to have also straight there. We need to have full house there. But we will also have an overbet range in this spot after the turn goes check check, because in position player will be capped a bit and we will not be capped. We're gonna have a lot of flushes in this spot. We're gonna have fours, for example, always. So we can use also overbet size, but we need to mix everything. It's really important. But defensive bet is, I think, one of the greatest weapons, and you should be using a lot of that. This is like a classic spot where defensive bet is real good. We're gonna fold this, king 5, ace deuce. We're gonna fold king 5 if this player opens. We're gonna defend if this player opens. We can mix 3-bet with this hand. 4-6 of nothing. Dino, hey, be on the stream, comment, ask questions. You are always asking me a lot of stuff off stream, so now you have a chance on the stream. Do it on the stream. Ivan, you were like having 6 stacks on one table. I saw, or maybe it was 6 stacks, six, or maybe even 6.5 stacks. We're gonna fold it. Dina is always full of gold. This is sick. Ace 10 knights. Okay, this guy was shorter, so. Maybe this guy's even reg, I don't know. We're just gonna leave the mark until we don't know. Let's see, no label. We're just gonna put no label. Look at this. He goes 7x and then shoves on a 3-bet. Okay. So we can talk about strategies. We can talk about the hands that they are playing. I think this is definitely fish. We can talk about strategies, about the hands that they are playing, that we are not in the middle of. We can talk about hot stats, which to use in which spots. A lot of interesting things. The scoop is starting for 10 days. I need to get back in the shape. I need to be good for the scoop. So let's go. We can do also PO later. And I apologize for being late. I thought I was writing in the forum in the 9 Central European time, but I had friends. My friend got a son, and I was just go to visit him. So that's the reason why I'm late. But I think we have all night, so not important. I think checking behind this type of the board is okay. This hand can go. We also have like 1/4 bet on the flop. I think this is also okay. Just let me see here. I'm just gonna low like this. Okay. If you have somebody team stat name, just to check this guy who is reg, who is not. If not, we will need to just conclude based on what they're playing and how they're playing. Basically, I think this guy is probably a fish, and these two guys probably regs. But we don't know if they are good regs or not, because sometimes it's better to have a bad reg or mediocre reg than a fish. Especially if I'm playing against fish. in a lot of spots I just like the Rex because there's a lot of players that plays like big fish that they just don't even have a range. Their range is like everything, and it's hard to put them on the hand. It's hard to range them, and if you're not getting hands, then you will be in a problem if you don't have information how they play. And the Regs are always doing the reg stuff, so you can always know what they have in certain spots, how they see some spots, and it's always good when you know the range, because the range is everything. We're just gonna check here with the 4-6. We're not gonna lead. Yes, I would say that this guy is like 90% fish player. These are their aggression factors. We can call here, or we can like raise, but we just don't know how they play. So I don't know. Is he raising here 8x? Is he raising, I don't know, pair, gut shots or stuff like that? We can call, but we are out of position. We can go with the raise, but like I said, I don't want to do it against the fish that I don't know how they will react. We have the backdoor draw. We have the okay hand, but until we just figure out what are they doing, we just don't need to go in this type of spots. If we, for example, know, okay, this guy will raise like pair, top pair, like middle pair or stuff like that, a lot of gut shots or stuff, and then we can make a place and decide if our hand is good or if we want to fold him out of top pair, for example. And if we are be able to fold this guy out of the top pair, you know, because we just need to know how like his tendencies, and we just don't know that, so we're just gonna fold it. Uh, 5-9 will be folded. 7-10, nothing. Ace-5 also. I think we can call this against 2x, against the fish. I think it's mistake. I think he was going to exit. This is clear call. I think against the fish you can just play every hand, especially against 2x. So mistake I made. Fold there. 6 is we're gonna open. This guy is a reg. We played against him. I would feel that he's weak reg. This is his defending of the river. Fold versus river bet. This is a fold versus river bet out of position in certain lines. For example, after betting turn, how much he folds river and stuff like that. I'm gonna check 6-6. You know, pretty cool to know that. I see that he's after checking turn out of position, and after that double check he folds. Okay, he folded to an overbet and to small size, but he did defend this line against medium sizes really well. He defended 6 out of 6 times, and he also mixed the raises in. Magic Orange, where are you, man? Are you learning? What's happening? You didn't say anything to me. Magic is in the phase of learning intensively. Clear calls here. Ace deuce 9. We have a multi-way pot, interesting here. This strategy about multi-way pots, that's why I made this multi-way pop-up. It's really interesting because people play it differently. For example, this player is in the sandwich between one in position player and one out of position player, and in this situation, if the two racks are in that spot, you need to be very careful and have a really low c-bet frequency, maybe even checking range on most of the boards against two ranges, because you're never equity favorite, and these spots nobody plays like it should be played. I see a lot of c-betting, a lot of big sizes, and if you're c-betting, you want to c-bet small size also, because uh, you're never going to be equity favorite in that spot against on any board against three ranges, against two ranges, and your is third range, and your range will never be the strongest. Ivan, I did that yesterday a couple of times, but I just got called a lot and I didn't have anything, so not just great advice. You need to raise river 10x with the nuts. And that would be better advice for me. I'm gonna check. Nines. This guy like folded everything. He folded to a three bet like 7 out of 8 times. I don't even know how which range I would give him out of position. Maybe like fives plus. Four betting probably a lot of ace queens. Let's see his four bet range. Kings, okay. We're gonna check nines and check river. Ace five. We're gonna fold. We're not gonna play. I think also this guy's probably weak reg, or, and this I would definitely say he's a fish. This guy is probably a weak reg or fish. Is sound okay? Is everything okay? Just tell me. The problem is that Team Stat Name doesn't now accept a Skrill credit card or NetAlert, so it only accepts cryptocurrencies. So I don't have any more subscriptions, so I don't know how they play if I don't have a sample. Interesting. I would have this rather than this. And this guy cashed out. Let's see the hand, how the hand was played. Let's see that. Okay, this guy called King 3 suited. We're just gonna make him bad reg for now. Or reg fish. Just reg fish. I think reg fish is good clarification. And 4x raise in position, yes. Definitely. For now, he will be a reg fish. We're gonna tribute this. Okay. Marty Bully. We're gonna go bigger size. You see, this is his calling range. Basically 50% of range. That means like all ace highs are here. Ace 3, ace 5. Uh, he falls to cbet 60% of the time. Let's see what he did call. Low pairs, middle pairs to a cbet. We're just gonna continue betting here with the 5-6. Fold to turn on nothing, but he did continue with the jack-6 in this spot, which is clear call. He called the jack-6. He reps a deuce in this spot. he probably has like ace deuce off in the range. Against the 4x against the fish, I'm just gonna fold it. Magic is learning, great. You know, it's hard now because we don't have the sample, and he's like repping deuce x in this spot. And now I would like to know his check raising on the turn frequencies, check raising on the flop also, because he reps like a deuce x. His range is like 50%. He's gonna have like ace deuce off in the range, and a lot of suited deuce x hands. I want to know his aggression also. Is he gonna now like raise with the draw on the turn? Like he's gonna now raise with the combo draw stuff. It's all like pretty important information that we don't know. And based on the fish and on the size that he uses, I just decided to fold the hand. Given we have okay hand, based on my experience, when fish do something like that, okay, he can be maybe aggro fish, but we just don't know. And it's like check raise on the turn. And now team stat name would help us because I would see the information just to put something to know about him. For example, I would like to know his fold versus turn c-bet. It would be quite helpful. I would like to know his check raising frequency. It would be also quite important because I want to know how many flush draws are in his check raising range, because if there are a lot of in check raising range of the flop, he's not going to have them a lot of on the turn. But he really reps really narrow range. Let's see what happened there. Okay, called. Let's see here. So this guy overbet flop on this board where he should be having a check range. Small blind versus big blind. This guy has to have check range on this board, and he doesn't have. He has overbet range that indicates that he thinks his range is a lot stronger than the opponent range, which is definitely not true because imposition player on this board is big equity favorite. So really bad play immediately. He had ace7, but still it doesn't matter. He's playing his range the way it shouldn't be played ever. Look at this. We're just gonna make him as a fish. Definitely a fish. This guy is also really bad. Let's see just what happened there. Okay. Ace jack off. Shove. You see, now we have something on him. We see that he's doing stuff like that. He shouldn't be having ace7 off in the range big blind versus cutoff. That's good if he's okay. This is the hand he should be having. We're gonna go 1/3. Blocking ace10 is nice. Ace jack will be probably a lot in his range. Let's see, big blind versus cutoff. This is his versus c-bet numbers. Call the gut shot, call a draw. He's not aggressive with his draws. I would definitely say this guy is also like fish probably. We don't have the range. If the range is like over 20%, we can call. We won't forbet it. Ace9 and ace10 will be, but ace8 no. Not even against 20%, but it can be called against like 21% of the range. But it is 23, but we don't know For example, it's on 8 hands, and he did 3-bet 2 out of 8 against me, so we don't know. But ace-8 is against the polarized range really okay call. But until we know, because his other stats are pretty low, and I don't think that he's 3-betting 23% big blind versus small blind and 3-betting small blind versus button 12%. It just doesn't have any logic, so I will not do it. 4-6. I'm gonna defend. On this board, I would probably use polarized sizing because I don't think there's a lot of sense in betting hands like 5s and 6s or 9s. So big size has sense. This is pretty strange play. It doesn't have any sense because now when the fourth comes, I don't think he's gonna have 8s and 10s ever in the range. He's gonna 3-bet them all. So pretty stupid play because 4x, I'm gonna open a lot of more hands that he's gonna call on the big blind versus button. So he doesn't have advantage in the 4x hands that will be a lot of check behind on this board. So pretty bad play, and I don't understand it because he's not having any full house in the range, so it doesn't have sense because he'll 3-bet 8s and 10s always. So what he's gonna wrap now with an overbet here, and we're gonna have a lot of 4x. So bad play, and that's the reason why I marked him before as a bad player. But he was here on the stream with us, and he showed some understanding of the game, and he said he did improve, but stuff like that doesn't have any sense. You know, just doesn't have sense. Because you need to think about the range versus range interaction, and you are overbetting on a turn on the turn that hits better me as because look at his big blind versus button. He's calling 31%, 3-betting like, let's see how much, big blind versus button 12, like 45% of the range he has, and I'm opening button pretty wide. So you know, he's not gonna have any off 4x than ace 4 off. So he's not gonna have ever king 4 off. So he doesn't have a lot of 4x hands in the range, and I open like every suited hands on the button of most of the time, if are not the really aggressive tributers in the small blind or the or the big blind. So I will have more 4x than he's gonna have, and he's overbetting. And I can check sometimes like a set, for example 10s, and he's not gonna have 8s and 10s. So he never has a full house, and he's overbetting the turn. That indicates that he doesn't know the range versus range interaction. So he should be betting there really small. That's the he should be betting small frequently, but betting really small size if he knows how to play that spot. Ace 5 we're gonna open for 8 folded. I'm gonna fold this. Do we have some information? No, we don't. We're gonna 3-bet this. Let's see, he's calling. I'm gonna go like this. Call 3-bet range, 15% against the big blind, pretty tight calling range. Let's see. So he's not definitely gonna defend the right amount. Call for here. This guy only called for the call for bet aces. This is hand is sometimes called, sometimes not, but when I see something like this, even I like this type of hand, so I'm just gonna call, but not optimistic. Hey Panzer, thanks man. Maybe we'll play against each other on the Super Sport. We will see. He's gonna bet here in the 4-bet pot, hold his range. in this board. This is his in position C bet. We're of course calling. Pretty nice turn for us. I would say that he won't have like hands like a lot of king jack suited hands, king 10 suited. It doesn't seem like a profile. I'm just gonna jam here. Calling check raise. I'm not thrilled when I see a player like this. Really low aggression factor, check raising us. I'm gonna fold the river. We're not gonna test him until we don't know. Low aggression fish probably over betting the river as a jam. Small bet on the turn on that 7 smells suspicious. We could go also 1/3. 1/3 is not that bad. I'm gonna check behind this type of board only because it hits okay limp calling range, because a lot of like off 10 hands like 8-9 off, 10-9 off will be in the range, 10 jack off, stuff like that. So I'm gonna check this type of board with this type of the hand. We could go for a jam or in that hand with the 4-5. But we also want to mix a really small size on the river, like 1/3 size, with hands like ace suited, ace 10, ace queen. 1/3 in this spot after double check. I think really good play. We're just gonna go big now. It's just gonna mark him as a fish. Panzer, it's possibility. HH dealer is really reliable. Really reliable, and it's really it can be that what you said it's true. A lot of frags just don't play. They're they're not breaking even. Like 90% of them or even more are not breaking even the red line. I think on both, even on the go like this. So he's really reliable, and it's quite possible that many of them are just not even breaking even. I'm just gonna call here with this. We need to mix 3-bet and a calls. Calling in position against him I think feels really okay. For example, he should be having check range in this spot and he's betting a pot, so he's definitely a fish. I'm gonna call. Gonna have what? I'm just gonna jam here. Nothing we can do. I think the jam is definitely the best play. We have some 5x hands, we have a lot of full houses, and I think clear jam. Clear. Oh, the winner, hello man. Poo, poo, poo. I was thinking about jamming the hand. Um, he check call there. We bet here. He go with the check raise. But he only has 95 left. So, and he reps. Okay, of course he's gonna have overpairs, but a lot of them will check raise the flop. And we did bet like 1/3 on the flop. Step 1/3. I think he played it good. I didn't expect it, but I think he played it okay. We had to play 1/3. He's gonna float a lot of hearts, and our hand is really okay bluff catcher. But even this guy is tight. I don't think he has the balls to bluff the river. We're just gonna go with the squeeze here. This guy is a fish. He did call us pretty light here, so, and we were even a little more deep. But I really like the play we made. A lot of full houses in our range. Uh, I really like the play we did. So when I like the play, I don't mind. I'm gonna go with the three bet. We have the momentum here. He's gonna probably see us as a tilted, so also not that bad. We can go 1/3. We can go bigger. I'm gonna go bigger because we would look a little more tilted. So I really like this size. And now I'll go again big. We saw that we would be called pretty light, so, and here on that jack we're gonna bet really a lot. This jack is one of the best hands. We're gonna bet now ace queen, ace jack, ace queen, ace king, ace jack, king queen. Gonna bet all of these hands, and we have a lot of overpairs, so pretty good spot. I should go to the river pop-up after betting turn to see if this guy has even bluffs in the range. You know, I should have checked that, but I didn't, because I mark him as a nit, so that hand is really okay as a fold. Even it's a good bluff catcher. Let's see here, button versus early position. I think I'm just gonna go with this. Even it's against UTG. We just have the momentum here, so we're just gonna raise it. We have here a lot of ace queen hands, king queen suited hands, so definitely a good board for go 1/3. I think we have really a lot of ace queens here. If we're gonna have ace jack suited, we're gonna have king queen suited, ace queen. This is his call for betting position, queens, eights. So I expect a lot of like nines, tens here and jacks. I don't think he's gonna ever have an ace queen off in the range, so pretty nice because we're gonna have a lot of ace queens. So pretty strong board for us. We are gonna fold it. I still like the play with that 8-9. I don't like a lot of call. That 6-6 call is okay, but against neat is never okay. I didn't even look the. I just saw. Uh, I just saw his numbers. I didn't see. I didn't look at the mark. We're gonna polarize here. We're gonna bet big. So yes, what I was trying to say. You know what is against needs? They just don't have bluffs when you see 36 aggression. Even if you have really good blocker, and I thought about the first instinct to me it was a shove, but when I saw like $90, like it was like 40 blinds, 45 blinds behind. Then I decided to not do it. In the last moment, but I think it's better to fold it. I should have folded that hand just based on the mark, because when I called a check raise on the turn, we're gonna have a lot of drawy hands, and based on that I decided to call my sixes because basically they are pretty high in the range. When you think about our range, how it looks like, they're pretty high up because after that check raise we're gonna also jam a lot on the turn with our sets, with our good draws also. So basically our hand is, we are 3-betting sevens plus, so we don't have any better pair, pocket pair in the range. We don't have any better pair, pocket pair, so in my head I was immediately just know, okay, I'm pretty high up. But against the nits, it's not important. If you see a nit, you can just fold the river. Three betting Alex star. Let's see his early, middle versus cutoff button. Really low call three bet range, so it will be around 6%, 5 to 6%. So we can just safely say like hands, fives plus jacks. Maybe even ace queen is only in a 4-bet range, so only suited broadways, maybe ace 5. I don't think he has ever even suited connectors in the range, and it's wrong range of course, because I'm 3-betting 3x and he's opening 2.5x. He should be calling every suited connector GTO against the 3x raise. So he's definitely, I think we 3-bet like 6 out of 8, 5 out of last 7 times. Let's see, he's calling the squeeze range. Cutoff button, he called 50%. Pretty cool hand to be checking. Let's see the hands that he did call. King 9 suited he called. That's big deal against the squeeze. Let's see what type of the squeeze it was. I want to know. It was bigger or smaller size than he called. No, he did call the regular size. Okay, we're gonna definitely call here. We are of course calling a river here, but pretty unfortunate river. This guy called a squeeze with the king jack off. We are of course calling in this spot. And he's having king jack off in the range. Like I told you, it's better for me to have a Rex than a fish players. If he checked, I wouldn't jam, I would bet normal size. Check. But he has low aggression, but that doesn't mean anything. It's only 68 hands. We're gonna have jacks there, always in the range. I think we're gonna have a lot of straights. I would have even some king jacks there. I wouldn't bet three-way always with the king jack. I'm gonna check here. Let's see his step. I think it's important to see it. You see he's using a lot of overbet steps with the hands like a top pair good kicker. And he's 3-betting 9s plus, so pretty good stuff. I'm just gonna raise it here. Because he's gonna have a lot of top pairs. And this is the line where people really rarely bluff, so we are blocking ace jack, which is also great. 8-9, I'm gonna fold it. This guy killed us. He called the overbet jam and that perfect run out for us. With ace-7 he called overbet jam to X spot. But we're not gonna give up, we're gonna continue to put pressure. We need to just know in which spots his range will break and which type of, is he just gonna always call, then we'll just be thin betting, thin shoving and stuff like that. We just need to get to know him to, I'm gonna bet here with this 1/3. When this type of the player calls here, a lot of hands like 9-10, 9 jack, queen 10, queen, and all of these hands will be continuing on the turn. I think we don't have a lot of fold equity, but I think I just had to push them with the 7-8 suited. I just had to bet. I don't see anything else I can do. And of course I need to then bet river. And I just think I need to bet with the smaller size, like 3/3 or 3/4 or 2/3, not with the pot or orbit, just because he could then perceive us as polarized and that he can bluff catch with like queen 10 or hand like that, like pair plus draw on the flop. His aggression numbers are low, but it's only 68 hands. We see that he did step the turn with king jack, so we don't know what that means. Without sample it's hard, but we just can't make any fold with the ace jack ever in the squeezed pot, because he shouldn't be having any king jack ever in the range. King jack suited is always a 3-bet, king jack off suited is always a 3-bet, and he did only called. We're gonna isolate sometimes. Sometimes gonna have it in the check behind range. I think with the cbet 99 he would bluffing with the hands like 6 7 5 6 10 jack and stuff like that, and he could probably trap us like this. Panzer, I just read what you wrote about the hands from Zoom. I don't know. You know, I don't play Zoom, so I just can't tell you. But normally, I think he's reliable, and it's probably close to the truth about that blue and a red line. Let's see here, 4-bet, and the fish is 4-betting. I want to see this hand also. I want to see this hand also. And bet the flop. And this guy didn't bet the river. Black line. That's passive. Let's see here, big blind versus button, 7, 11% around 7. Looks like a tighter range. Okay. We're just gonna put him on the normal type of range, like 8s plus probably. But he won't have, I think, many polarized hands like King 5 suited or stuff. So maybe like 8s plus, Ace Jack, King Queen off. Something like that. He should be betting aggressively here, but I don't think he has like ace 10 off in the range. Ace Jack probably splits with the calling, and we can jam, we can call here. I think a lot of our range wants to call him exactly. A lot of hands like Ace Jack off, Ace 10 off, Jack 10 suited. So our range just wants to call. We are calling a shove. You know, will he bluff now hand like a Jack 10? I would. He probably wouldn't. We're gonna jam. I think when he checks here, he's mainly gonna fold, right? We did get at the table where we don't have a sample on a lot of players and a lot of fish players, and when I'm with a lot of fish players, it usually don't ends well until I figure them out, at least, because on the stars I have 10 BBs, but when they're all the regs at the table, I have close to 7. So I'm not really killing a fish like I should be, and a lot I get in the trouble against them because it's hard to range them. Fold. But everything what I did today, I'm glad, I'm happy with every play we made. That 8-9 shove, I think it's good because uh, first we just want to jam on the river. Our range wants to jam. That's the first thing. We have a lot of full houses and our straights just clear jamming spot. Uh, can we accept a heads up session? You can accept you can expect it. Yes, I really like to play heads up. I played really a lot of heads up, so I really like to play it. But uh, usually usually when I play like 6 max and when I'm just left at the table, I always play on the stars. We have only zoom heads up, so I don't like that because in the zoom heads up there is no interesting spot here. It was a 4-bet pot, I think. It was a 4-bet pot, c-bet 1/3 and raise here. This guy has tens or jacks for sure. I would say for sure. Let's see if he ever raised a flop. No, this is first time raised. If he had tens, he would jam. So my mistake. And to me, it looks like this guy can have a lot of ace highs because he would jam like queens and kings on this board. So looks like a hand like an ace king or ace queen, ace king. Ace king, okay. He had combo draw. You see, this guy would jam like, but I would rather jam ace king here. We're going to raise it. So what I was trying to say, yes, you can expect the heads up session. We can do it once, but we would then need to go iPoker then. We're gonna bet 1/3. This guy will probably have a lot of ace x hands. This is his first donk. We're gonna fold. When somebody with the low aggression and fish do something like this, better run. We have good blockers to king x, but I don't think it's that important. Because basically he can have king 7 off. We saw that he called like 4-8 off against us, so and also we can maybe make heads up session on super sport also possibility. Look at these guys. I was just gonna fold against him. 6-8, we're gonna fold. So we can make a session on a super sport maybe even. I'm gonna bet this. 7. We're going to three bet till 7. Let's try to just, okay, he did check call with the force here, okay. For example, on this board I have a check range, but when the fish is in, I'm gonna bet. But against reg, I'm checking this board always, so. But against the fish, I will bet a lot. We need to get to know this guy. So we will closely watch what he's doing. I want to see his strength of his check range, what he's checking, in which spot he's checking, what he's betting usually, which sizes he's using and stuff like that. So this guy overbet as a delay c bet, which is good play. Which is really good play. Bet half pot on this board. How is this? Did he open 4x? Not sure. Again, half pot bet on the turn. I don't like half pot bets. Here I think a lot of overbet has sense. 1/3 on the flop has sense. We are mixing calls and 3-bets. Big blind versus middle position with the 8-9. Here we have most of the 9x if the fish weren't in the now we don't have the most of the 9x, but usually I think this is donking spot, but now not the greatest spot, but we're still above his bluffs. And he's gonna have jack 10 off in the range, 8-10 off. We will play heads up. On Super Sport we can mix in, because in Super Sport has heads up tables and iPoker has, but I won't play on the stars Zoom heads up, because on Zoom heads up you don't have most important thing, that table dynamics, game dynamics, you don't have that, so I won't play on stars, but I can do it on Super Sport or iPoker, so we can do it. Call 4-bet probably. King Jack suited. You see this guy call forwarded with the King Jack, so you know this, when fish do something like this, it can mean many things. We are of course calling, but we can even jam. I think we are tributing a lot, and they can just show with the random hand. So you see, he can have like something like that, or he can have King 9 off. He can have basically whatever he feels in that spot is good. So we can see if there's a table where I have a lot of sample. Think that can be good. I'll try to find it. I'll try to find it. where I have the sample. Mm, I will try to see it. Okay, we're gonna bet. We can go 1/3. We can go like this. It's not that important. Maybe also somebody will call. We have 4.5. It's good. This is also okay. So it's not that bad. We can play for 4x 4 max. This table is the table I want to crush. I'm just gonna check here. Definitely not the spot where we need to bet range. It's like 60% bet. We're gonna check a lot, so checking this is also okay. I'm gonna check again. Let's see his stabbing range. Check versus miss C bet. We see here that he checks really a lot. His bet. I think he will check a lot of ace-x hands on the flop, and we can go for a check raise also here. He didn't bluff this queen 10. We'll see also a super sport. I want to see if there's an action. We can include it, even a super sport a little bit. Check. Maybe we can include some, but there is no action currently. You need to see there what type of players we have. I don't think we can win here, right? With the 7 high, and I think we definitely have force in the range, so I'm just gonna bet it. I like the size. It's not too pushy. You know, there's a difference when people tribute you, and what I notice like that the people are don't even. Maybe we can have a heads up session now. People just don't. For example, I tribute from 2.5 to 7.5x, so from 2.5 to 7.5, and they just call the same range when somebody tributes them 8.5. So, and they should be calling against my 7.5. They should be calling everything, like every suited connector, every pocket pair, and they're just don't doing that, you know. So I just try to find a new table. They're just sticking with the ranges, and that's it. They play their range, and they just don't even take into consideration which size the guy used. So it's pretty strange that they're, because GTO really changes, you know, against certain size. Against like from 2.5 to 7.5, it's like a lot of calling. We're gonna go with the squeeze here. Okay, we're just gonna go with one table there. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. Why is this like that? I think I have to go like this. Okay, now it's good. I don't understand this play. I mean, we squeeze really a lot, but this guy called the fish here. tens. Feels like a pocket pair. You see, he's calling like tens and ace queen, but he should be triveting fish with that hands. I think a lot of pocket pairs will be there. I think we can even call sometimes. It's not. I would rather have king queen suited. GTO push hands like as a bluffs hands like queen jack suited, because then you can fold out king queen. But I don't know. I obviously don't know how this guy plays. But we squeeze really a lot. He can trap us, but he can have here like pocket eights, pocket nines, and I think after the scoop, I will play here on stars 500. How that impact my win rate? But wherever I played, especially in like last 2 years, I'm having like 10 BBs plus. And I played on iPoker, I played on stars, I played on creation site, so it wouldn't affect that much because a lot of players I played also played 500. uh, I think on stars it's really familiar, a lot of familiar players will be on the 500. I don't know, we'll see, we will definitely see. I'm playing scoop from 8th of the May to 1st June, and after that I will try to get into the shape and start with the 500. I play NL 400 on iPoker, so it's not that difference, 400 in euros or 500 in dollars. Even now dollar has gone up, so it's not that big of the step. uh, and I think here on stars, I won't have much of the problems because I've played with most of the guys. Most of the good regs from 500 also play sometimes 200. So because they can only play 4 tables of the 500, and many of them play more like 6 tables, then they just put more of the NL 200 tables. So I know a lot of them. I don't think I will have any problems. Now I didn't play for the 2 weeks, and I really see, the difference now. I didn't play for the 2 weeks, and now I feel. Uh, he called it 3-4 with the gut shot on the. Against 20%, I will fold. I think this guy is probably a fish. I'm not sure. Fader and 2. This guy is also high probability of a fish. Also, I will that month of the scoop will be really good. There will be a lot of events, so I'm looking forward to it. I will play uh, most of the events. That's something I really look forward to. And then attack the cash. Now we have 9 days, and in these 9 days I want to keep I want to get into good shape, because every time, even when I don't play like 3 days, it affects me a lot. I just need to constantly be in the shape, constantly in the game, then I have the best results. Even now, after like 10 days I didn't play, uh, I don't feel that good like before. It's like in the sport, you need to be every day in it, every day. I'm not gonna float it. Even this guy has really high c-bet frequency in position, but this my hand is not that of the flat against the bigger size, so I'm okay with the fold. We're gonna check him aggressively. If when you see this type of the numbers, you see a lot of trash hands. Okay, this is clear bet on that board, but king 9 here is discutable. Okay, I'm gonna call. Well, let's see what we had. 8-5. Ace 3, fold. Ace 5. I think this size has a lot of sense. What? Is this for real? Check the ace 9 and only call the river with the ace 9. But definitely tight fish probably. Usually when I'm faced with this type of the opponents, I have the worst sessions. What is that? What is that? Let's just keep continuing. Maybe this guy, if we leave the if they leave, we can play heads up against him. But I don't think these guys will leave. We are opening. Let's see his calling range against UTG. 32%, 50% here. I'm gonna 3-bet. We're gonna 3-bet, but he's limping mostly. Small blind. Let's see. He called the ace king on 3-bet. He called the ace king on 3-bet. Strange player. I think now I'm getting too familiar. I think this guy is high chance, really high probability that he is really passive fish. I would say definitely like that. And against us, he called the top pair against our shove, but it is top pair. Let's see what that size means to him. Okay, I'm gonna raise because I see that he's using this size with the hands. He probably bets 9x here. Fader, and I think both of these, they're all like, I would say, tight fish, if that's expression. Okay, I'm gonna. I checked here because I think fish will have a lot of 10x off hands that I'm not gonna have. Fish will probably hold hands like 8-10 off, 9-10 off, stuff like that. So I'm gonna check call. I think clear check call with this. I'm gonna go with the raise now against the fish. He can bet 10x with this size. He can bet. Okay. We can call again on the turn. It's not that big of the deal, but you see like what this guy did. He checked that ace-9. I don't want to happen when I see passive fish. So against that type of the fish, I think it's just better to raise, because all of them looks. I'm gonna go with the bet on the 10x board. 10-7-3. We're of course calling here. There's no doubt we're gonna ever fall to a jam, to an unknown fish. But what I was trying to say, when they're passive, I think the best thing is just to play aggressive with your value hands, with your bluffs. So here, when we like check call on the with the ace, with the flush there on the flop, when we get the flush, I think we can just against like that size, and when we know the fish wants to bet big with their biggest hands, we just include, if we think it's passive fish, we just include a lot of bluffs in here. You can like go with the ace jack with the blocker to a check raise and jam river, because against the passive fish you just need to be really aggressive. uh, I think it's the best way to play against them, to be really aggressive. You see this guy is passive. Let's see his fold versus river bet. You see he's falling to river bet frequently. He did call the or bet 2 times, and he called it against us, but his went to showdown is 39. That's the problem for bluffing. We will just need to figure it better, because till now on this 140 hands, what I can say that I think he's passive. I don't think he bluffs. Let's see his river bet just to see if he's bluffing. He did overbet only with the nuts on the king jack. Let's see the donking on the river. Again, donk with the straight. After check turn. So basically, he always bets for value, and he didn't bluff once. So I would say definitely passive fish, probably station. So maybe our bluff wasn't the best to do against him, but when the cards go like that, when we have so many value hands, so many full houses in the range, and I just can't check the river or give up on the river. I just need to jam there. And it's the same situation like we had here, flush, and we raise the turn. We're just gonna play aggressive, so I don't mind. I just need to test him to see which type of hands he will call. But from the win to showdown, we see that he's probably a station, but he still falls to river bets. We're not gonna change tables. Everybody has a folding range somewhere. Everybody has a range that breaks in some type of lines or spots. We just need to find it. Or if this guy will just call us every time, we're just gonna then start to bet really thin and with big sizes, and that's also a way we can go. Bluff less bet 10 more. We just need to figure out what we're gonna do. And on 143 hands till now, I can just see that he didn't bluff ever. You see that? Look at this 4x 3-bet in position. You know, uh, you can just fold really a lot against this size. And you can include also hands like aces in the calling range of the 3-bet. But I think it's really bad way to go, because you want to play pots in position, 3-bet pots especially. Uh, I use always a small 3-bet size in position, and out of position I don't use that big, because I want people to play. That's where they make mistake. Nobody will make a lot of mistakes pre-flop. There's no, if you're not, if you're like, uh, if you follow some type of the ranges, you won't make big mistakes. But mistakes will be played, will be make post flop. And if you're doing like 4x 3-way, I'm gonna check king 10. Even this guy, I don't think he has. Okay, because fish is in the blind, he can call wider. Okay, we're gonna go with the overbet. Let's see what happened there. I want to see what happened there. This guy only called here with the tens. I mean, on the turn. We are betting on this type of board against a fish that has wide range a lot. Not the best turn. It's really connected. We saw that this guy called the squeeze the king jack off. He's gonna call with the jack 9 probably off. Hands like 10-9, 8-9, 7-9, 7-8. All that got there. I think this hand is just check behind, because a lot of a pair plus has come now, and it's not that great now. He's gonna have queen jack off always, and I think he'll probably float us with hands like king jack and king queen. I'm not gonna bluff this. Okay, he floated with the ace queen, which is good, but against 1/3 and he's falling to CB 29%, he's just gonna float a lot, definitely. So the guy didn't raise there, he only called with the tens preflop. That's what I mean, because this guy is a big fish. This guy opens and this guy's a big fish, and he calls with the tens. Doesn't have sense. It's always a squeeze. Now he don't raise. He just calls, and now he only calls. On the river, I think there's nothing else he can do except calling, but so this guy didn't bet the flop. Okay, Intoxito. I would say also this guy is a fish. Just based on the sizes he used. He tried to sell a story. What he repped there? He would like bet a fold with a bigger size. Okay, so this was a 3-bet and a call. 1/3, which is normal size in these spots. This is his 3-bet range, middle position 8%, which is big. C bet. Use this most of the small size. This is his fault to 3-bet out of position, only 70%. And he opens 43, 40. So this guy just, he called against us that 4-8 off and King Jack off to a squeeze. Now he showed up with Ace Queen. He didn't 3-bet Ace Queen, so definitely now I see it's just really passive fish. I don't think he will be bluffing at all. We just need to see. I'm interested in this. We see it went to showdown really high. He folded to river bet out of position. You see, this is like really for me. I would take this as important stuff. So after calling turn out of position, he's not folding even to a bigger sizes. So 2 out of 2 overbets he called when he called turn. That means he's calling a turn with, and he is gone. That means his calling range is stronger. I mean, against us we did overbet shout to X spot on the like 4 6 7 3, where it was 6 7 3 6 7 3 6 4. So he did call with Ace 7 to X spot, but still it's top pair, and fish sees just that as a strong hand no matter what the board is. But we lost him, and I'm really I would really want to play again with him. Okay, let's go here. So 3-bet pot, double barrel. On 2 broadways you should be betting really aggressively. A lot of bluffs here. Just think about Ace 10, Ace Jack, Jack 10. He should be turning 5x into bluff because you just have so many range advantage. So this guy double barreled, and this guy is a fish. Interesting stuff, but the takeaway is that this guy kicked RS and now he's gone. He did leave with 500 blinds. 500 blinds enough. We can now turn into the 3x. It's also not that bad. We are 4-betting with the big size. I think 20, 25. We can round it up. King 10. I felt it would be like this, and I felt we would lose. Because when everybody's on the tilt, especially fish, they just get it against us. I think I need to definitely have better result playing with the fish. Poo, poo, poo. king deuce 10. I want to see if that other guy gone somewhere. This guy's right. Okay. We'll try to find him. I think he left. I don't see him at any table. Against the 15% open, I think we can do it. Let's see his 4-bet range, but he 4-bets a lot, so I will not do it. I will not do it. Intoxito. 6-7 we're gonna 3-bet. Even we can call against 2 fish. Usually I 3-bet this, but I think it's a good idea to call. And play some multi-way pots. Let's see here how this guy plays multi-way. So this is when he has player in position, he c-bets 17%. When he has position, he c-bets. So we can definitely say check fold 50%. So we're just gonna raise here. We're not gonna allow this. Where he would have really a lot of check, he's betting big, so I'll just go raise. Even one player is a fish, so he can bet over pairs, but I would immediately just have a lot of raise range. And of course we have deuces, we have fives in the range, maybe some eights, mostly 3-bet, but we can sometimes call because of the fishes. And the worst hand we can get. Worst hand we can get. We want to see an overpair, not this. Delay c-bet here is standard. Low aggression, let's see the river aggression. Yes, I'm just gonna fold there. Yep, I mean, it's hard to fold top pair. But here it was a fourth card of the straight, so maybe he could make a fold. But definitely here with the 6-7 suited, you know, this guy generally should be having against 2 ranges, but this guy's a fish, okay? But I think he's more of a tight fish, so he would be having a lot of checks, and he did decide to do this. So I would just every set I would just raise. I would just raise a lot of top pairs, also a lot of backdoor hands, and especially combo draw. So when somebody is doing like that, and now he's gonna leave, and two fish players and he's leaving. Don't understand it. Now I don't even want to leave this table. Eight, 9, I'm gonna fold. We just need to observe them. King deuce, fold. 4 jack, nothing. Also nothing here. I think he was untilted. He lost like 4 pots in 6 hands. I really felt that he was gonna do it. That's why I was going with the bigger size. Usually I go 2.2, but now I go into 2.5. Let's see what happened there. Where is the overbet on the turn? I was going with an overbet on the turn. We're gonna fold it. This guy folds to delay c-bet, not that much, and when he calls delay he calls a river, so that means his check range twice out of position will be stronger. Let's see what he calls delay. You see he's gonna have top pairs. You see he checked ace-8 on the flop, it was check on the flop as a caller, and he didn't stab on the turn, he just decided to check. So this guy feels like he's gonna have top pairs in the range. See, he even have now top pair, so I wouldn't go with the bluff. He only calls with the king jack, which is clear raise. Now he bluff catches. It's a stab or check raise against the fish. We see that Intoxito didn't stab with the queen 10. He checked and then bet on the turn, but I think on the turn he used the bigger size if I'm not wrong. No, he used small size, okay. I have pot, not that small, not that big. And then he go with the big on the river, okay. I'm sorry, Ivan. Then only if they're connected, okay? 1/3. The guy raises with the sixes, gets the set on the turn, then checks the river. Can you explain me this? On the flop, I was trying to say we can go for a tribet also. Okay. This is his step. 65% of range calling or tribeting, 50% calling, 8-10 off in the range. Okay, I'm gonna go 1/3. Let's see how he plays big blind versus small blind. Calls a lot, but it was top pairs, so nothing we can see. We see that he did raise with the gut shot. He raised here with the jack 10. On the flop, raised. Okay, he raised with the jack 10 off. With the gut shot, he raised. Let's see how the hand played. Big blind versus small blind. He raised with the gut shot. 5x raise. Bet 3/4 on the turn, and when the runner flush got there, he just decided to quit. Ace 8 against 27%. Multi-way I will not call this. Usually it's clear call against cutoff, but multi-way I don't want to have that hand. I don't want to have that in the range. Squeezed versus cutoff 13%, but we see only premium hands. I think the A10 is always a fold. Big size again. King queen, let's see what happened there, and ace 9. Okay, you see, like we're a bit dominated a lot, so this guy calls only with the king queen. Check raise here. I have an interesting question, but I don't think it's the way. I would say like this. Uh, Manic fish are probably perceiving people that they will do bluffs, and but passive players can just see, okay, I'm passive, but they will observe to see if others are aggressive. That's my I mean, I know a lot of players that are passive, and they can just make also calls uh, just based how they will not put the other people in the same uh, this is his step on the turn, one of the 10 times with the top pair, so we're just gonna fold. uh, I don't think they'll put the other people in the basket with themselves, but maniacs probably, I think, tend to do it. But interesting question. Let's see what happened there. This guy checks. Such a bad play against a fish checking back. Board where he should be betting frequently. He should be betting all range on that board. I think mixing a 4-bet is okay. Uh, I'll go with a call. But mixing a 4-bet is good. King 10, king jack. I think a lot of checking also on this type of the board, because our calling range is pretty connected there. Our hand will be stab on the flop. Basically we have all sets here. He should be check raising really a lot with hands like tens, jacks, queens. A lot of check calling with the kings and aces. Let's see here. Clear fold. I'm just gonna call, I think. Ace king, okay. You see really a lot of 4-betting. King jack, I'm just gonna call with the kings. Pretty strong board for our range. I'm gonna raise this board. Because this is pretty strong board for me. I have 10s, jacks and 7s always in the range. I think we played it really good. When it's really strong board for me, I will just go with the raise, a lot of raises. I'll go check here. Let's go with the check raise. I'm more betting the turn. Calling range multi-way in the big blind depends if the fish is in or not. But generally you don't want to have hands that are dominated. Hands like 8-8, ace-8 is really bad. Or go with an overbet. You don't want to have the hands that are dominated. Against the fish you can wider range, but generally I tend to, you don't want to go really wide. But it also depends of the positions and of the players you're in. If you're against a fish and the reg, you can call wider, but you need to avoid the hand that can be dominated. So for me it's better to call hand like 3-6 suited than hand like ace-7 off. Should hands play better in these spots? And you see how it's good that we didn't shove kings in this spot, you know, because I tend to call 4-bet really a lot, and having kings there is also good. And when I recognize that this is really strong range for us, we have 10 jacks suited, we have 7s, 10s and jacks absolutely always, and he doesn't have 7s, he doesn't have most of 10s, he has most of jacks, but still we have really big range advantage because we also have some of the 8-9 suited and he doesn't have it. We have 10 jacks suited, he has some of the 10 jacks suited. So definitely strong board for us. I want to see this hand. I will not check raises here just because I don't have any set in the range, because I'm 3-betting 7s plus. I will just go passive here with the call range because I don't have any set in the range and he has all of them, so I will just acknowledge that. One check. We have 8-9 off in the range. We're just gonna go with 1/3 with this hand. I think 1/3 with this hand, it has bad blockers also. So I just gonna put it in 1/3 size. We're gonna bet here like hand like ace-4. Just we're gonna put queen jack in 1/3 size. I think it's really good. We can go in 1/4 size. Not sure what he's repping here. It feels like he's repping hand like ace jack. I would raise ace jack because I don't know which how can 5 help his range except pocket 5s. There is no 2 pair like 5-10. I don't think 5-7. Hand like he's repping mostly like ace-5 or pocket 5s. And I would raise in these spots ace jack. I would do it. I don't know if he's gonna do it also, but I'm just gonna put my hand in this. I think this queen jack has the most sense to be in the one, because it's not important to block hand like an ace queen, ace jack. That hand should be betting the turn always. So I want to have in a big size hand that has 8 or 9 in it, hand like king 9 with a backdoor draw, stuff like that. So uh, don't like when the short stackers go in. And what is important, I wanted to always know the range, so I put it in the multi-way pop-up big blind call range, overcall range, so you know what multi-way they will have big blind and small blind. For example, you see this guy called small blind, multi-way with sixes, and here we have big blind call versus imposition ISO and big blind call versus small blind isolation, because I think that's also player dependable, and you can see there the range. It feels really important. Look at this 4x raise, 4x raise. Let's see, I want to know what that means. This just doesn't have any sense. Now he's using 40, he's not going all in. Why? And he reps polarized. Doesn't have any sense, you know. You see, hand that doesn't have any sense. See, he just raised 4x without, and now he's not using all in size. I mean, you immediately know that story doesn't fit. The story doesn't have sense. When story doesn't have sense, because he's repping polar, he's repping that deuce help him, he's repping basically deuces, and he would jam deuces, not bet 40 and leave 20 blinds behind his. The guy only had like 20 more blinds, so the story doesn't fit. When story doesn't fit, somebody is obviously lying, and in poker lying is bluffing, because you're telling the story that's not truth. But the story didn't had any sense. We're gonna go with the trimmet. This guy can go all in now with everything basically, so just gonna call. uh, he had there raise something, so I'm not folding anything. He was in the situation he would jam everything, so he lost 2 pots and now he's shoving. Clear call. This is his tribute range, pretty tight, around 7%. That means like nines plus, ace queen, and good suited broadways like king queen, king jack suited, ace 10, ace jack suited. Pretty tight range, and doesn't hit this board that great, because his calling range is gonna have a lot of sixes, sevens, 8, 9, 8s, 9s, 10s. And I don't think he's check calling hand like an ace king in this spot, especially when the spade is here. So I would be betting aggressively here. Gerard had 2-5. He called deuce 5 off in the small blind, and now he calls a jam with deuce 5 and get a 6. Insane, insane, insane. What is this guy check calling here? Aces has sense. Kings, I don't think he should be having also kings, but people tend to just jam kings, check jam, or they don't like check calling with the kings, so the guy bluffed with the nines. Because obviously he's not gonna have ace x ever. So he reps basically aces or a hand like ace 10, which doesn't have sense. Basically he reps most of the aces in this spot. Hands like aces, hand like tens, and he turned the nines into bluff, which is okay, which I think is good. A real good check on his side. But I don't know why. Did he perceive him as having an ace high in the check calling range of the pot on the flop? I don't think it's ever gonna happen. So if I play this hand, I would like step here hand like queen jack of hearts, king jack of hearts, stuff like that. I would even step hands like eights, and then I would continue bluffing here because it's we will have more, I think, definitely more flushes that he's gonna have, because his range is only 6%. What flush he can have? Like king jack, king queen, and queen jack of spade. That's it. So that's only 6% of the range that is distributing. So definitely. Interesting size that he used. Also, I think it's really interesting size. He used the half pot, like wrapping now hand like ace king. But the problem is I don't think ace king is betting like this. He mostly reps ace queen, and ace queen is never check calling. Ace queen, aces, and tens he reps. So I wouldn't use ever half the pot. I would just use bigger size, or I would just use bigger size or really small size. I would never use half the pot. I would use like 1/4 and 3/4, like 80%. So again, when you try to tell the story, it didn't have much sense. I don't see what he reps hands that are not playing like that ever. And when you're doing something like that, it definitely saying that you're again telling the story that doesn't have sense. He's not gonna call ace king on the dead board with when the spade got there, when there is like ace king of spade there. He just can't have a spade, and now ace of spade he can have, and he wouldn't like check call with the, I don't know, ace king of hearts, or okay, maybe ace king of hearts, it's a possibility, but hand like ace of hearts, king of diamond, he wouldn't call that with this type of the bet on this type of the board. So, and I don't think he would bet the dead size on the river. Feel like it's small or big size on the river, not that in the middle size. Let's see how this hand played out. This is check check, and the bet. Also, I don't know what this guy is repping now. Probably hand like sevens or fours, or hand like a 6x. But the problem is people generally check that this type of hands 3 times. There's a high possibility this guy will jam, and I want open king 5 and fold to a jam. I don't think he has an ace-x ever. He can basically have any two hands. I mean, we can maybe even call. But he can have better king x, that's the problem. He can bluff king jack, king queen. So to an orbit jam, no, but I would never fold like pair here. 10x or stuff like that. Because I think it's pretty obvious he's tilted and he would jam everything. And I would jam like pocket pairs pre-flop, so if I hit it at 10x I would never fold. And I would jam like most of the ace-x hands also. So most hands that would hit me would be hands like 10x, like 10 jack, 10 queen suited, king 10 suited, stuff like that. 3-7-4, check. We're gonna have really a lot of checking in this board. You see this guy's jamming again. I think it's obvious he's tilted. Pretty obvious. Let's see his river. I want to see his fold versus river frequency. I went to showdown 36. I think I'm just gonna call against this type of the size. Fish player, you see that he's tributing a lot. It was ace king. It was all value hands. We can go with raise. He shouldn't be betting here a lot, and he probably bets 100%. I know he's betting only 50%, so I'm gonna call. Maybe he doesn't bet all range, so I won't raise them. But he should be betting here small blind versus button like 30%. But his 3-bet range is I think different. We are of course calling on the turn. Look at his double barrel range. Not he didn't double barrel ever. And this is out of position. We are of course calling with the hand we have. I'm just gonna check here. I won't turn this into bluff. Hands like 10s and 9s are hands we can maybe fold him out of, but he's went to showdown and we have some showdown value, so I'll just go with the check. He hits the king 8. Until now we didn't know that. We only saw this is his 3-bet range in position, nothing, small blind versus early middle 0. So he just bluffed without equity. You see this guy 4-bet to queen jack suited. And that was the problem here. This is not the greatest call because I think he will bluff a lot of with the hands like king queen, ace jack off, ace queen off, and our hand is not that good. We see that he even bluffed with the queen jack suited as a 4-bet. So you see queen jack suited. So I think he's gonna bluff a lot of queen high hands that are like king queen off, and then will be dominated. So I wouldn't call this. I would rather call like hand like ace jack off than this. And of course we can jam, not this hand, but we want to block ace king. So hands when people 4-bet a lot and the range that is not correct, then you just widen your shove range. So I would wide hands like ace 5 suited. I would always put in the range. We're definitely just gonna call here because he can have king 6 off. So we're just gonna call it. I'm gonna check here. Hands that we're gonna check a lot of. Here I'm using just big size, polarized size. We have hands a lot of Jack X hands like Jack 10, Jack 9. So I'm gonna delay c-bet here. We can delay here even with hand like tens. We can delay with the King Jack, hand like an Ace Jack. Because I would use polarized size in here, and this is pretty good turn, pretty good river. And I'm just gonna think if I'm gonna go with a big size. Do I want to rep straight? We have tens in the range. We have Jack 10, so I'm just gonna go like this. I think this is good card. We have Jack 10, we have tens, so pretty good. Poof, I'm still thinking about that hand with the King 8. Let's see, he called the overbet here with the deuce 5, so okay. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check call only. For example, here it's pretty obvious this guy will have range advantage because he will have like 8-10 off, 9-10 off. So definitely I'm just gonna check call. I'll go with a small size like this. And look, this guy just show up with the jacks here. Just explain this. This is pretty insane. I'm gonna go with 1/3. Hands that are gonna check there will be a lot of hands like pocket pair below this. Let's see his fold versus river bet. I think I'll go with the overbet here. He should be betting really a lot, so you see this guy suddenly checks the jacks and he'll have probably some idiotic hand now. You see. But against us he checked the jacks on the turn. You see, you just can't range this type of players. I just can't go in his mind and say, okay, pretty insane. You just can't range them. Suddenly he has jacks, he 3-bets everything, and suddenly he's going all in with the King 10 off, King 10 suited, he's going all in with the Ace 4 off, right? And suddenly he's just calling jacks. And I intentionally go with the 1/4 size on the river as induce. Check. Fold here. You just can't range them. I'm gonna go with the double check. One third. I think one third is the great size. He called with the eights. You see, against him I will be a lot more polarized. Because he folds 78% to a 3-bet, so 8-9 suited is just, I think, better as a call and put as a 4-bet, as a 3-bet bluff, like deuce 8 suited. Button versus small blind, 22% call range, and here we need to be really careful because on this board we need to bet like around 30 to 40% only. But the problem is, I'm just gonna check. We need to check a lot here, so I'm just gonna check sixes. He steps, you're just gonna check call here in this spot. We need to check call really a lot. So I'll just put the hand in the check call range. We saw that he did step 2 out of the 2 times. So we're definitely gonna not just check call on the turn. Is he betting now hands like 9s and 10s? That's the question. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. I didn't want to jam on the turn because he's gonna have so many king queens, ace 10. I'm gonna go 1/4. Um, we have information that something good is happening in the super sport. Let's see. But I don't see it. So where are you gonna place Ivan? I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm gonna fold there. Delay bet. I didn't want to bluff on the river. we need to find a new table. Still really annoying hand with the sixes. Really annoying hand. Really annoying hand. But I think it has a lot of sense the way we did played it. So I like the way I played it. I like the way we did played it, but it didn't pay out. Let's go here. Maybe until we wait at other table, just let's go. One third. Let's go with again with the bet. Let's see his check call range. I'll go with the small bet again. Good. Unfortunately, we don't have that second table, but a lot of tables and stars. I think this guy just started to 3-bet hands without sense. He 3-bet now queen 8, he did 3-bet king 8 suited. He just started to doing that. As soon as the table open, I will add it. But a lot of tables are in it. I still feel sick about that 6-6 hand. I hate when like that river gets there. Really hate it. Because I wanted to see what he will do with that 9-10. I really wanted to see that, because if he's checking that, and I have a feeling that he would be checking it, then you can just fold everything to this type of players. If he's checking 10 high there. You thought about that. But Arigold has a good sense to for range, you know. So Arigold is better than most of the regs, but Nits can kill him, you know, and Fish can also kill him, but he can do good against bad regs, you know. He can do good against bad regs because he will put pressure and they will just not know how to deal with it. And he has a good sense of range versus range interaction. If he could change some mental issues and learn, he could be a good player. But it's hard to change your head. Let's see here. I want to know here what's happening. We didn't ever see a bluff from this guy. Let's see. No bluffs. Three ten. We gotta check raise here definitely. He c-bets everything, and we're just gonna go with a really big size. We're gonna make it polarized. We're gonna polarize ourselves in this spot. Let's see he's went to showdown. I want to see 35. Okay. Tanten Jart. I will tell you the labels. I didn't put it in the bot. Or I did. Just try to see. Just put the label. Just put the label. Not labels, label. Just put the label. But I will tell you. The green is a fish. The red is a reg. The orange is a nit. The blue is a bed reg. Like this light blue. And purple is good reg. That's it. So now you know. 5 jack. I really wanted to see what this guy would do on the river. Really wanted to see. Let me see the orbit here. Okay. 1/3 delay. 1/3 delay. I think the multi-way spots are most interesting. And what I noticed, the players play them really bad. Really bad. And that's why I really like this. Look, for example, this player. This is his multi-way. This is his range when he's calling. Let's see, he's calling big blind. Look at this. These are good hands, but 8-10 of suit trash, 4-5, 6-8 off. You see, it's important when you see, okay, this player calls on the big blind, multi-way hand like 4-5 off. Let's see how much he folds. 57% folding, out of position, way off, way a lot. Check fold versus stab. Check raise versus c-bet pretty high, but we only see a set. So he check raised the set of nines and he check raised the nuts. So nothing to say there. Maybe he didn't even bluff. He just have the hands. And I want to see this check call. Did he ever like slow plays? Okay, here he even check called with the nuts. So he's probably probably mixing it up. He didn't check raise there because he has significant disadvantage. But he did raise on the turn here, you know. Which I think it's a bad play, because if you're check calling the flop, then you need to defend on the turn, not put a raise, because you're just capping yourself, and the guys will kill you if they see such information like this. Because if you're now check raising on the turn with the nuts, you will have troubles. You will definitely have troubles. We will not now leave the table because we found the table. This guy's problem it. I think he is like crazier version of me. He has some leaks, big leaks, but what I said, he has a good sense of range. So it's not like all fishes are the same. Even when we had the Uskebasi on the stream, and he has some of the best results in the last 10 years, and he has really good approach of playing with the fishes. He says a lot of fishes are even better than Rex, like some like weak or ABC Rex. So it's not like all fishes are the same, and if somebody plays like 22-18, he's immediately gonna kill the fish. It's not like that. Some fish can be, if they has good sense of play, they can be really hard to play against some of them, you know. So you just can't make generalization. That's the problem. Really, a lot of tables on the stars. We're gonna fold it. Let me see what this guy called the three barrel with. Okay, he called the three barrel and the orbit on the river with the ace 10, which I think is good call. Generally on that board, you see, he was 1/3 big bet on the turn, big bet on the river. Ace 10 is okay because blocks ace queen, ace king, and aces, one of the better bluff catches. So nothing we can. Not much of the hands. I played maybe 2 times in last like year, and against the belly coin I didn't even play. So I don't know. Against the one I played maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe like 1 hour or something like that. %70 open. Call 3-bet 4 out of 4 times. Okay. Go 1/3. I'm gonna open here. I'm gonna check ace 9. After check turn in position, he didn't ever bet. Out of position, he bet in this line only sixes, which was nuts, and 2 pair. So he never bluffed this line ever. I will fold against him. I will not bluff raise against. Even these hands can be bluff raise, but I won't do it against him. Pretty tight calling range. Pretty tight. I don't think he has many 7x hands in the range. And again, this is his step, the river, pretty low. After check turn out of position. Our hand is clear call, but not the good spot against him because this guy is really not. You see, his aggression on the river is. Maybe we can even fold. Basically, he reps queen x with this size. Maybe against him we can even fold. I mean, it's always a call. GTO always against the step, but against this type of player, I think we can even fold. Let's go to multi-bet pop-up to see his stepping range. Step turn, fold versus a. Look, his step turn is really against this type of aggression. I'm just gonna fold. Look at his step turn. It's always something like top pair plus. Not aggressive. In multi-way, really tight. So we can turn it into bluff. I'm just gonna raise here. I'm gonna raise because we saw that this guy is tributing hands like king 7 suited, king 8 suited, queen 9 suited, and this guy is cold calling. I think I'm just gonna go like this. Don't like it. Poof, poof, poof. This feels like a spot where I will go bluff against ace 7 suited. You see here, like, now it's all connected. If he's having like a jack, queen jack, king 10, he's always gonna call it. I just have to do it because we are not good here. He's gonna have here like king queen, king 10, jack queen. Okay, he has ace queen, this is clear call, but we are never good here. I think we just need to bluff this. We are never good here. We are never good in this spot. When that jack comes, I just feel we just need to bluff this. I said it's like classic spot where I will go and be bluffing against a7. He had ace queen here, but I just can't I just can't give up in this spot, just because I know we saw that he's three betting range, and he's gonna have so many weak hands in this line, and our nines are never winning, and our nines are bottom of our forward bluff range, you know. You know, I just can't go give up in here. This is our bottom of our forward bluff range, so we are four betting nines. I mean, our of our four betting range, not bluff range. It's not a bluff. It's a four bet for value in this situation for me, but it's a, like bottom value we have here, because even our bluffs are all better. Our bluffs are at least like hand like queen jack suited if or jack 10 suited if we are forfeiting that as a bluff. So we are basically on the bottom of the range, so I don't mind just going in. Then you can have an easy game. You can just fold to them and that's it. You most exploit them by folding. That's the the best thing. You just fold and you most exploit them. uh, I still think I just have to bluff this. because I didn't test him. I mean, we see the win to showdown, which is not that great, but still he's gonna have hands like king 10, queen 10, jack queen. I don't think he's after he gone to after he has gone now to like 200 blinds. I don't think he's gonna risk it calling with the king, just based on my experience. So uh, I think we'll face delay c-bet really often here. So I will go for a check raise here. When somebody who has c-bet 70% goes to a check here, it indicates that he has like he would bluff with the deuces here. So I would definitely be aggressive in this spot, and I was just gonna jam in the river. We're just gonna think and jam. Because he would c-bet like hands like deuces as a bluff. He has like queen X or like hand like a king jack or ace jack. And I can have here like two pair. I would play it like this, and he doesn't deuces doesn't help his two pairs a lot. So jack deuce, queen deuce. I really like the play because I know when the people that has 70% c-bet checks, the delay c-bet will be coming for sure. And in the last seconds he called kings. You see, he's c-betting 70%, and he's checking kings on this board where he has enormous range advantage. And he did wait until the last second and call kings. So I know that my bluff will be really good. I'll call this. If he's thinking about this, what he's gonna do with the ace jack or a hand like, I don't know, queen X. And what I would do to this type of players, I would just go with the because I know when he's c-betting 70% and check this board where he has an enormous range advantage, I just know that he's gonna delay c-bet a lot, and I would just go with the, and now he's just gonna leave. Because that's the way how he will do. He's c-betting all his bluffs, and this turn doesn't get his. I'm just gonna overbet here. His turn doesn't get there, so no two pairs. No, folding is not for nits. Not bluffing is for nits, but folding. I immediately knew what the guy is doing. I didn't mean that he's gonna have kings, because kings are like bet flop or bet turn, but um, but definitely I just knew about his strategy, and I would punish like this. Okay, my hand, it has unblockers, so, and I don't think he's gonna have many pair plus hand like hands that blocks the straight. And basically I can just repin the two pair, so it's not that important. He thought about the last seconds with kings, which is crazy. I mean, if he's like thinking that long for the kings, what he's gonna do with the weaker hands than that. Because if you're checking kings, you will always need to call them and not think about this. Then it should be instant call if you're playing your range like that. But you always need to know when somebody who c-bets frequently checks in the spot where it's high c-bet spot, then something is always like that. He will delay a lot, and I would just against him. What I would do just go with the to put everything in my. I would double check everything in that spot because you will you will mostly punish them their strategy because their bluffs will be in the c-bet range, and then their like delay c-bet range is not value heavy, but it's medium strength heavy. He had kings now, but usually he will have like medium strength hand there. And even with kings, he was thinking about the last second. He took the minute time to call it. I mean, sick. Against me, for example. I mean, I don't even want that he fold the king. It's not important if he folds kings. For me, if he called there with the king jack, I would say, okay, we made misplay. He called us with the king jack, but when he calls kings in the last second, mm, that's something I will write as a note, and I look forward to playing him again. We can go also 4 tables maybe. Mm, I can make quick bedroom break and then add 2 more tables. Well, let's see here what's going on. Seven, nine. I think against the fish and the 2x you can call everything. So I'm gonna call. I'll make a quick bedroom break and I will put 4 tables then, and then okay, so quick break and 4 tables. 36% of 3-bet. I would definitely call here. Okay, so quick break and then we are back. Oh. Okay, this guy sit outed. This guy. Now when we are back, he will probably sit in. Okay. This is all regs table. That will be good for us. I'll just go and change to screen for 4 tables. Okay. And like this. Okay. Layout, custom layout for tables. Okay, now we're good. Okay. The guys are playing heads up. We'll join them. We will join them. Okay. We need to get back in a lot of good tables. A lot of good tables. A lot of good tables. Check 10 we're gonna call. I will go with the wait list to leave here with the short stack. Okay. We're gonna open for, I think this guy is a fish. We just go with the 1/3 here. Okay. Folder. King Jack and open. Ace Jack. Also. Ace Queen open. And now I feel a lot better when it's 4 tables. But sometimes you can better explain things in 2 tables, thought process and everything. Okay. Seven Jack fold. King 9 suited. King 9 suited. I think we can leave one of this table with the short stacker. I'm just gonna leave after this hand. This guy doesn't stab anything, so just gonna go with the bet 1/3. This is his 32, folding a lot. Okay. Okay, we have other table. These are also all reg table. Let's see this hand, how it played out. The guy ISO make isolation, bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river. The guy called the king deuce. Okay. pretty. I'll go with the bet one more time. Do I think I'm losing a little bit of edge by stringing? Not that much, I think. Uh, I can do many things at once, so it's not that problematic. I don't feel I'm losing anything. But usually I like to play for tables. Let's see here what happened. Gonna go bigger against him. I think I'm just gonna go with the no bet against him. 20. Let's see here what happens. So this guy 3-bet, C was called. Step 1/3, which is good. Bet 1/3, which is also really good. Did he go small? No, he did go bigger. Okay. Okay. You see again spot. The guy has c-bet 61%, checking this board, and not folding. This is his check folding position, 22%. So I'm gonna go with a bigger size. Says it's always some medium strength hand in this, or he had now nothing, but I don't think he would delay it. His delay is only 23, so I don't think he would delay that. Let's go like this. Okay. 3-betting Cohen. I don't know if he's reg or not. Definitely a lot of checking in this flop. On this flop, hits his range really good. A lot of checking included here. A lot of checking small. I would check really a lot here. Now I just go with an overbet, because if we are checking a lot of here, we are never capped. So definitely an overbet has sense. What is he checking behind? Does he check behind here hands like 9, 7 or 10s? I don't think so. 6 is definitely has. Definitely overbet has sense. We're gonna also observe others. Definitely. King 3 is open. Let's see what happened there. Let's see how the queens are all played. 5x ISO. Raise. Okay. What on the turn? It is definitely fish. Is it raise on the turn? I wanna know. I want to know, is it raise on the turn against this type of fish? Ace 8, we're gonna just fold. I don't like sure stacker. Don't like it. Five X against the pole right. That was the king 9 guy that we immediately go here. Gonna go 1/3. Big blind big blind call range versus small blind ISO. We don't have the range here, so this is the first time he did that. Ivan, you are doing really interesting questions today, man. Five nine. I'm gonna call against the fish. Checking. I would bluff the river with the small size. Okay. 55% of the range, calling or true betting. Okay, let's see. Standard. Little less. I defend, but people play that spot differently. I defend big blind versus small blind around 70-75%. You can go in more than that. Because I mean, you are playing in position. You can definitely do it. No action on Super Sport today. Queen deuce 6-3. Delay c-bet 1/3. I would change this table. I don't know. Just don't like to play them with the short stacker. When somebody has 40 blinds. Clear fold. Clear fold. Let's see what will happen here. Fold, okay. We're just gonna call, of course. Fish is squeezing, usually strong range. Maybe against this size it's not. You see, now I just can't squeeze this. We are getting great odds. We don't need to raise it and turn it into bluff to try to fold him. I don't know against what. Maybe hand like 9x, hand like king 9 or ace 9, but let's see the range. 16%. 5 Swiss C, 10s, king, queen, ace, jack. Against us it's only 8%, but I don't think it's reliable. We are of course calling with 3s. He's gonna bet 1/3 whole range on this spot. We are calling with the 3s. Let's see how he plays the turn. Against us he's double barreling really a lot. We had some king 5 trash, but he did give up on the river. You see, so what is this? He needs to see bet majority of the range here or all the range. Go and check. Double check. Let's see how usually he plays double check. Check, 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 fold, check, check, check. Oh, he defends it. He rarely folds. He has always some type of the medium strength hand. It looks like nines to me. Nines or tens. Looks like a nines or tens. I'm just gonna check. Ace deuce and he didn't try to bluff. But I mean, he should be betting all range on the flop. He's like break-even reg. He should be knowing that. This guy just got the stack. Raise limper only 17%, so I will not go with the 3-bet. Let's see where the guy had. Okay, aces and kings he had. Did you see the size of the call for? Did you saw the size of the call for? We're gonna fold this. We'll try to watch all the hands on the other tables, even if we are not playing. This guy's a fish. Our markham is a bad drag, but definitely a fish. Tricks. He defends 70% range on big blind versus small blind. We'll go with the 4-bet. 25.5. Let's see the range that he has, how he reacts on a 4-bet. Call 4-bet pretty high. King queen suited. We can, I know how he played against me. We played 3.5k hands. He's really passive against me. Deuce 4, nothing for us here. Okay, and let's see here the 3-bet big blind versus button. Big blind versus button. I think here is 3-bet pot. I think it's a range bet on the flop. Yeah, definitely range bet on the flop. Middle position has really strong range. also 4-bet, okay. This guy was thinking about folding, and I don't blame him because what is he jamming now? You know, look at this size. If he bet 1/3, okay, I understand, but he did bet half the pot. This guy won't float anything here, and when he jams, so I don't blame him for folding, for thinking about folding. I just don't blame him because uh, this type of the guy with this type of the aggression, uh, I don't think. Assassinato, hello man, thanks. We are also, I mean, we are 3 hours now, 3 hours in. We are 3 hours in. So, what I was trying to say, I don't think, I don't blame him for falling to this guy. Look at his falling to double barrel. He falls a lot to a c-bet, he falls a lot of to the double barrel. So when he jams there and doesn't have any floats against that big size, I think the problem is on the size. You just go on the flop 1/3. There is no need to go with the big size. There is no EV to gain at all. Let's see multi-way in position. How much this player bets really a lot. Let's see a little bit of the ace highs, blockers. We are definitely calling here. This guy overcalls. Let's see a multi-way how he plays. Out of position, he did check fold a lot. I don't think this guy would ever bluff me and him in the pot together. So I'm gonna fold queen 5. Ace deuce. This guy had a monster draw on the turn. This guy is some short stack fish, but not the greatest. I prefer like 100 blind strikes than this. So I will switch this table as soon as I get the chance. Definitely gonna I'm gonna fold it. Mission accomplished. Where are you, man? You just joined in. Znaš da se mora foldat. You need to fold. You know I like to fold. I really like to fold. So you know that. So don't blame me for folding. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7 8. I'm gonna check really a lot on this board. What is this guy rapping? King X, what? Bet check, bet line, I'm gonna fold it. Let's see here, check, 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 bet. I'm just gonna fold. Against him. One fold it. Did I make a good fold or not? Did I say the guy has it? He had it. We would win the hand and probably win a tournament, but that's not important now. I missed the play the hand. That's the problem. I misplayed the hand. Let's go to the deep pop-up just to see how he defends deep. I want to know. Call tribute in position. He doesn't call even deep that much. I think he'll probably call the usual range. I was also disgusted about that hand. I misplayed the flop and then it all gone to shit. We are of course always calling here with the 4-5. He should be betting really a lot here. He has all the pairs, so I expect really high frequency. Really high frequency. We're gonna go for X here. Because of that pot, we lost the tournament. This guy will have really strong range here. I would say like 8% probably. So maybe 8s plus suited broadways, ace queen off. It looks like that, and this board crushes him. We are of course always calling. I'm just thinking about his range. We are also 4-betting sometimes. So queen deuce fold. Queen 9 will be opening. Look at this. Okay, this 5x 3-bet. Wow. Trade fold. Queen 9, I'm gonna bet. Let's see here. Not check raising. Not floating. Folding. King Jack. King Jack. We're gonna play. Middle position. Let's see. Usual range. Nothing deviating. 5-9 fold. What happened there? I want to see. Okay, fold. Overbet. Overbet. Let's see his overbet strategy. He jammed the river. Called the 3-bet. Check the flop. call the turn with the gutter and jam the river in. 12 of the 2 overbets as a bluff. Against 13%, we are not gonna do anything. Queen 9 10 against 16% strong board. We're just gonna fold it. 10 jack, king 5, I'm gonna fold. We're gonna Isaac him. We could get shoved on. I had a feeling. King jack, okay. It's not shame to fold. I agree. Let's go like this. Against the fish we are betting here. You see double checks with the jacks, and we go 1/4 on the river. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. But clear delay bet with the jacks. Even c-bet of the flop is also okay. We could go to an overbet here. Let's see he's went to showdown. 21, okay. I want to see his range. It's 35% from UTG. This guy calls from the UTG, hence like 9-10 off against UTG. I think I'm just gonna go all in here. Like this. This size. Against the fish, I'm just gonna go with the pot. He's falling 12% to a bet. We're gonna go with the 10. Let's see his call of the tribute range, button versus small blind. Nothing we can find there, not enough sample. We're just gonna put the normal range. Gonna check this board. Let's see his checking range of the flop we don't know. Okay. 1/3. Real bad run out. Uh, 5/7. I'm gonna fold. Let's see what the guy had here with the ace-3. Okay. I'm just gonna go with the big size in this spot. Is his call of the c-bet. He called sevens here in this spot. Okay, against 1/3, that's good. 6/8. We're gonna do like this. He should be checking. He's c-betting 90%, so I'm just gonna go with the check raise, based because he should be not betting that much on this board when his opening is 15%. So we would aggressively check raise him. For 6, nothing. We got the table, but I don't think there's a need. Even it's a better table. It's good, real good table, and we can leave this one because, or we will leave this one. All are full stack. I'm just gonna go like this. Sit out. I'm just gonna go like this and come into this one. This is really good table, and some of the players I'm really familiar with, and I didn't respond at the time. Hate when that happens. I don't know why that happens on the stars that often to me. We're just gonna go back here. Okay, great. Great. I don't know when we'll be able to join. Look at this size. It's a fold to attribute. Let's see. I just don't understand how I didn't get in the time. It was like 3 seconds left. We have this table, but this is the short table. This is the short table, and there people can come with less blinds. Uh, this guy folds really a lot, button versus blind, but this is my regular 3-bet, so I'll do it. Okay, we have a table here. I'm gonna fold it. Maybe somebody comes, but okay, we have one more ante-table. We have 9 more days till the scoop. I want to be in the top of the form on the scoop. 3-bet. This guy seems to 4-bet aggressively. My range from the big blind is polarized, so I need to bet this board really aggressive. Let's see his step. I'm gonna go for a check raise. Going delay. Going with the delay. Let's see. Eight four fold, 7-9 off. Gonna fold. Let's see if the Super Sports has something. Croatian side. If there is an action, maybe. I'm in the wait list of like 5-6 tables on the stars, but we are not coming. Let's see. We can. I'll just go leave this table. We just got the table, and again, I couldn't go in. Sick. I feel like sometimes it's a little bit buggy. This guy is not polarized from the big blind, I think. I see the linear range. I see the linear range. We're just gonna go with the small size. We're gonna rep here like 8s. I think it has most sense that size. And there is no. Let's see here. I didn't use the good size. Versus the squeeze as a cutoff or button folds really a lot. He called rarely. Okay. We have shorter, but at least we can go into the table. I think when this guy calls multi-way, Do I want to go with this or a little more polarized? Let's go like this. Don't like this. I think we would need to go. We will need to go with an orbit to wrap a two pair. I definitely think we need to go with an orbit in this spot. I have a better table than this because everybody is a full stack in this. So I'm just gonna leave. It's all regs, so it will be interesting. This guy double calls and folds a river. What's going on? Like, is that king jack of hearts or 10 jack of hearts? Doesn't have. I mean, if you're calling the turn here, and I'm not gonna give up ever on this run out with so much of the range advantage. If the guy folded like a ace x, I would really want to know it. I'm gonna check. Big blind versus small blind call range. Check. Reps a 9x. Has a bunch of them. Like Mission Accomplished said, it's not a shame to fold. So we will just listen to him and we'll fold. 70% of the range here, a lot of offsuit trash, queen 7, 5-7, stuff like that. Let's see how much he folds. To 1/3 he raises. You know what's the problem in that bounty tournaments? Uh, it's hard to know how much the bounty worth. It's really hard to know that. Because you can, for the like bounty of, I don't know, it's not even important how much you can just risk and lose the tournament because of it. So nobody knows basically how much the bounty is worth. Step turn and bet river rarely. Having a 10 of spade is not that good. Let's see after betting the turn. Against this type of player, I would just fold this hand. Here he triple barreled this. We're pretty high in the range, but we're gonna check. The problem, this guy is really tight. And we have really a lot of jack X. I'm just gonna fold this. This is fold. King 10. it's a tribute for me, tribute bluff. In these positions we are a little more polarized. uh, this board bigger size, let's see, I definitely like the bigger size, but this my hand is perfectly fits in the smaller size, but definitely I like a more polarized approach in there. What is this guy? Probably fish, Sweden fish. Okay, 10-9. Check, 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 check. We're going to interpret this. Look at his call range. This cut versus button. I'm gonna check this. Delay exhibit with 1/3. I think this is real good. Reps not that much. But this guy is not bluffing. This guy is not bluffing. We can delay here. King Jack. Fold was distributed. This is called tribute. Let's see his called tribute range. But Ace 9, which is standard in a heads up. I'm gonna tribute this. We're just gonna call here this hand. We are just calling. We can jam here. We can call. He didn't have anything, so I think giving him the chance here is also okay. We're gonna bet 1/3 here. Fold to see it's really high. Okay. 1/3, I think it's good size. Fold this. I'm going 1/3 again. I want to see turn this into bluff. Fold, 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 fold. Not that bad to check raise, but this guy is short, so no. So no. 65% of call range or 3-bet. 22.5. So 65% means that he's gonna have queen 8 off, hands like 6-8 off also in the call range. He should be having that because we are opening 2.5. He should be calling or 3-betting like 70%. Also, he should be having hands like queen 7, queen 6 off, king 4 off. All of that hands he should be having against 2.5. 70% range, 3-betting or calling. Let's open big blind versus small blind just to see what he's doing. This is usually hand that is checking this board, mixing his checkers and check call, mostly check calling, but his step is really low, so I don't think we should have done that. But he steps with a big size, we're gonna call. And here I'm just gonna dog the turn. We really have a lot of ace high hands, so it has a lot of sense to do this. I'm just gonna jam against this size. Even we need to defend a lot. I'm just gonna call. Because you have a lot of ace highs, and I'm not gonna jam those one. Eight, nine. I'm gonna fold. I agree, mission accomplished. I agree that call with the 4-5 is terrible, but I think it's not bad raise. I expected the raise with hands like that because they are not ever calls. I think really bad, really criminal calls. I just agree with what you said. Fold. This is fish. Today Memphis plays in 3 a.m. Memphis NBA against Minnesota. I'm gonna watch the game. You know what's the worst? He's losing on this sample, but actually this guy is a winning player. I think he's winning like 5 or 6 big blinds. I checked him before, and I had some reads about him. Just a bad player. Just a bad player. But I mean, you know what's the was the sickest thing? My win rate is like 10 BBs on stars, and I played 40,000 hands on stars. Now it's like I think even 50,000 hands when there is no fish at the table at all, and I had there like 7 BBs. So I should be playing when I should be having much bigger win rate. I feel like when I'm playing with fishes, I just can't range them and make mistakes. I need to fix that game definitely. It's now obvious. You see, when we started the session, a lot of fishes, and I just knew it will happen the way it did happen. I just need to fix the way I play with fishes. Definitely, I bluff them too much. We have the most 7x hands, and when this guy calls, I think he's definitely gonna have it. I'm not gonna bluff them through it. I think I bluffed them too much. Uh, Today we make like 3 bluffs on them. Uh, but usually when I don't have the sample against the fish, I struggle. When I have the sample, I just learn how they play, and it's much easier. But until I got that sample, I just try to range them like cracks, and that's not possible. You just can't range them like cracks because you saw the guy's jamming king 10, and after that he's calling with the jacks. He's just calling, and he's triple jamming with king 10, and suddenly he's calling with jacks, just cold calling open raise with jacks, and then he's tribeting with he's tribet shoving with the ace 5 off. You know, it's hard to range players like that. You need to have you need to have had a little bit of the back pain. Maybe that's because they kicked my ass. Now my back hurts. That guy that got to the 500 blinds, the big fish, he also killed us. I need to fix the play with. Uh, uh, I will explain the mission accomplished. Why are you wrong in this spot? Uh, Again, I don't like it. Clear fault. Fault. Exactly my thought. Overbet he polarized himself, and when he checks the river, uh, it's mostly I think he's gonna check fold, and that's why I want to go with the smaller size, because when he is polarized on the turn and checks the river, it indicates because he will mostly just be jamming on like brick, and when he's checking, it doesn't have sense for you to go all in because his range is most of the air, and when it's most of the air, it just has sense to go really small, maybe even 1/4. You know, that's exactly my thought when he polarized himself. 58% calling or tributing. We see king, queen 6 suited, folds. He folds really a lot. To us, he folds 67% to us. We're gonna check here. You see, he should be floating hands like queen 8. I'm just gonna go 1/4. Insane, just insane. And you see why this that 1/3 or 1/4 defensive bet is that great, because he's just gonna call hands like this. He's just gonna call it, and you're just crazy good when that happens, because you lost nothing basically, and you should lost a lot more. He checked the turn also with this. He's checking turn with the ace jack. What are we talking about? Look how they play against me. I just don't understand. From this hand, I would like probably go with an overbet in some part, probably on the river, going probably small on the turn and going overbet with the river if I had ace jack. So this is that guy. I would say bad rag. Ace queen, clean call. 18%. So standard range. Ace 10 off plus, sevens plus, suited connector, suited aces, king 9, queen 9, jack 9 suited, 8 10, stuff like that. He should be betting even bigger size than this. Ace queen is a clear call. It's hard, that's the problem, it's hard to think about their range, basically. It's hard to think about, we're just gonna call this. It's hard to think about their range, that's the problem. We have so much of the range advantage here, so I'm just gonna go with a small bet in this spot. What about you check? Check the turn. Look at this bet versus miss C bet really low. Check out. I like to play balanced even against the fishes, just because they're fish, they can be observative, they can learn, so I don't want to go that far with the exploits. I always try to be balanced even against them. This spot, I was thinking about stabbing the turn with the ace queen this because it's pretty good for us, but I think we would be stabbing hands like king queen and queen jack with the floats, with the backdoor draws that we are floating, so not this one. Okay, king 5 will be calling. Let's see here with the call for. Okay. Slažem se, mission accomplished. Slažem se, dobro razmišljanje. Good thought about mission accomplished. Really good. I think we can call it. This guy is definitely a fish. Definitely a fish. I think I'm gonna stream maybe tomorrow. I will let you know on the forums. Maybe tomorrow. But definitely these days, especially next week, I'm gonna stream a lot because I need to get into the shape. Today I made a lot of mistakes. I know, I'm guilty. I made a lot of mistakes today. Uh, Mostly against fish. And I missed that team stat name because when I check the fish, I just see if they're aggressive, they're passive, check raising starts, falling starts, stuff like that. But couldn't uh, I couldn't continue my subscription because they don't now they don't take Neteller, they don't take Skrill, they don't take anything. So mhm. You know, I could really missed I really missed that team stat name. Let's see what happened there with the fives. Let's see, I want to see this hand. Definitely think this hand is important. Let's see. 3-bet call, okay. Check, called. What is this guy rapping with the fives? What is he rapping with the fives? Because he's not... Queen X is betting the turn with the smaller size. It should be betting the turn. He reps nothing. Now he doesn't bet Queen X. Now he just bets like he reps a flush or nothing. So tens, clear call. The guy just killed him. The guy killed him easily. Maybe you're right, Ivan. I agree. Maybe you are right. We're just gonna use big size here. Let's see the range. Maybe 40%. Okay. 45. Maybe you are right. No, no mission accomplished with the ace queen. We are just calling. The size that he uses is like ace king or bluff. Ace queen, ace king or a bluff. There's no sense of jamming. We're gonna call ace five. We are mixing tribute with the calls. We are mixing all kind of hands as the calls. If the guy has a lot of c-bet range, I would just raise the flop. Squeeze. This guy, perfect. Perfect. Clear call with the king jack. We are also 4-betting sometimes. King jack, king 10. Some of the king queen suited also. 8-5. We just can call shove with the 6-7, but pretty strange play. Pretty bad play. Let's see his multi-way strategy. See, when he's in position against two ranges multi-way, he goes c-betting really a lot. Top pair, gut shots, trash, middle pairs. Pretty bad turn. Pretty bad for a range, except this one now. But he wouldn't check the overpair, so it's not that important. It doesn't have sense what he's doing. There is no sense folding there. Threes are never a call. Never, never. I'll just go and fold this. I will just go and fold it. Donk. No, 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 he squeezed. My apologies. So let's see the 3-bet pots his strategy. 40% C bet. Top pair weak kicker is a bet with 1/3 size. Okay, nothing special there. Let's see what happened here. We're gonna go with the 7.5 here. Let's see here what happened. Fold. Let's see what happened. Check call. He didn't donk. Check. Okay. Ace 6. We are opening. I will need to get the schedule for streaming that I can obey, but it's hard. I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna fold this. Ace jack opening. Let's see what happened there. Jacks again, ace 10. I think I'm just gonna 4-bet this. I want to see this hand how it went. He didn't bet the flop. He should be betting always. Threes fold. Poo poo poo. 3x. I think I'm just gonna fold against 3x. He's not the full stack. Then 3 folded. King 6. We're calling deuce 6 nothing. Poo, poo, poo. The game will start soon. The games are good today. We didn't get good result today, but the games were good. I mean, I didn't play with like one. We didn't see even one good reg. Purple are the good regs, and there were none of them. Only weak regs and a lot of fish. But fish really kicked our ass today. All in. What I have about this guy? Nothing. $9.75. Doctor high five, not folding anything. let's see now what will happen. Will Vampire barrel the turn? He don't. He doesn't double barrel that much. Good old donk on the turn. Good old donk on the turn. What is this guy rapping? I just. What is he rapping? What? What is he rapping here? I'm really confused. I couldn't range him at all. Check, check, call, check, check, fold turn, check, check, call turn. A lot. We're just gonna go 1/3. I agree with that 6-7 on the big blind. It's my usual squeeze, but maybe with the fish, it's better to have that linear range of about ace plus, ace jack, king queen off, suited broadways, and just to let go the suited connectors. But I like to have them. Just based on the playability, I like to have them. Let's see here. Also, I don't like this spot. You see, skip cbet and the fold. He would bluff aggressively on this card, and he opens 3-4 off. I'll fold this. Suddenly he just decided, let's open good old 3-4 off from the UTG. What can go wrong? Let's just open it. %68% calling or three betting. Let's see what he's calling on this board. He folds really a lot, so I wouldn't say that he's gonna float here a lot. I don't even think that he's gonna float hand like king 4 of, let's say, hearts, based on the stats. Check the ace king on the river. You have king kicker, no, nothing. What I saw today, really unexplainable stuff. You basically have ace king and you're checking on the river. You basically have ace queen and you're checking on the river. You have ace and king kicker. Sick. Just unbelievable. You see how the regs are playing. They're so pot controlling against me. That bad of the play. Really insane. Deuce 3. I'm gonna open it. 5-7 fold. Let's see how he plays deep. He called tribute with the ace king, so deep. So I would say he instantly called. I think 1/3 is okay on that board. We have all the sets. He has also all the sets in the range, but I don't mind it. I forget that tomorrow is that I just lost the sense of time. So probably next week then I lost the sense of time, and I was working. I was working last 10 days from the morning till the night, and I just forget. I just forget the sense of time, you know. So let's see here. King Jack. I'm gonna check the river. Why seven off? Why is a7 off ISO? I think you can ISO that. I mean, I don't even remember what was the situation, but against the fish, I think, and if the blinds are not that aggressive, you can just ISO really wide range, and you see that they're just not aggressive. So I think it's without problems. I think we could even check raise there. I think it's best play now, and I think I'm just gonna go with the bet and jam the turn on most of the runouts. To 13, queen 9 call. He big blind, smaller versus big blind. He doesn't even see bet. I mean, he should be betting almost all range on this board, and he's checking. How much big blind versus small blind? You see, this is his three bet range. This is call range. So big blind versus small blind, he has 57% of range, so he folds 43%. So 50%, 57% of the range is three betting or calling. You know. This is call, this is 3-bet. When you do it together, it's 57. The rest is fold, so he folds 43%, which is, I think, a lot. I think it's a lot. The game is starting for 12 minutes. 12 minutes the game is starting. So we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish. I think this is also pretty good way to finish it. Then next week, I think maybe Tuesday then, and I think I'm gonna just do like 2-3 days in a row just to get into the shape, or maybe four days in a row. Good board for us. Let's see how much he folds. I think he folds really a lot. 60%, not a lot, but not terribly a lot. So the guys, next week, be at the forum, I will let you know, and I will just make like 4 or 5 streams, 4 or 5 days in the row, just to get into the shape. And definitely I want to get into the shape that I had. And then the scoop. Then the scoop. Then the scoop. I think it was a fun day. I'll just go with the call now on the button. I don't want to get jammed on and I need to fold the hand. Usually this is squeeze. Look at this guy, he bluffs like we're gonna call. Checking behind. Checking behind. Okay guys, this more hand and that's it. So next week I'll try to get together a couple of days and we can then also learn, go into the PO. We can do everything. Let's see here. We're gonna call there, fold here. Let's see, cutoff versus small blind, his 4-bet range. It seems he 4-bets a lot. We can call, we can call, we can jam. I think I'm gonna jam. Okay, that's it. So be on the forum and see you next week.